I was just now talking about basically how you've basically done nothing but sit in the house. Like even before, staying in the house, going outside. I, my first thought, you already know what it is. It's basically getting. I don't think there's any other. I mean, there's other ways to put it, but it doesn't include the severity of it. And I don't think that anybody gets that. Anybody gets that, or anybody understands that. But it's funny. Either way, though, like I said, thinking back on it, there were entire age groups that I never saw outside for the people that were outside every time I went to the park or whatever like that, which was, like I said, less than 1 minute from the house. It's literally right there. So it's like, as a kid, you somehow get a basketball. I don't even know how I obtained that shit. I don't even know how I obtained that shit. Either way, man, this is insane because you really have to think about it. And you're in the house kid, like you get on the computer sometimes, and then I think it was the same thing. You come home one day and your dad just is not there, and you don't know what happened. All right, like I am being so fucking serious. It's always been like that. And what the fuck? What type of shit is that? Bro, I really truly don't get it. Yeah. I really truly don't get it. Um, See, I truly do understand it. I do get it, but it's like to me, I don't really understand the point of my existence in the first place, and I'm not even joking. I get everybody has at least some level, if you really think about it, some level of existential like dread, basically. But yeah, either way, it's like it's on another level. But yeah, sitting in the house as a kid, you're on the laptop. Somehow, some way, you don't know anything. All you know is that you left the soda can. There was a soda can near the laptop while you were on it, and you go somewhere. You go out the room. You come back, and the colors are inverted. The colors are literally weird as fuck for some reason. Now, I don't know if that could have even been reversed using command line, but to make it at least a permanent effect, or at least in display settings or something like that. Actually, thinking about it, if that problem happened on any other computer, I ain't gonna lie. I ain't gonna lie. If nobody on GitHub thought of that shit, even like if nobody on GitHub thought of that shit before, I'm just gonna actually look that up. Cause how far is the internet advanced? And it's the same solution. They keep it magnified. So, either way, colors are inverted. Don't know how to fix it. It's a weak laptop anyway. It can't emulate anything other than PlayStation. I mean, Super Nintendo. And yeah, that's the thing too. Playing Super Nintendo, watching Prince of Egypt. I don't think I watched anything else. That Ten Commandments cartoon. So you don't understand. I got grown and got left, got fucked over. Not like literally my entire existence, bro. Like that's actually kind of insane. But anyway, little kid, dreads. I cut a patch in my hair. My entire head gets shaved. I don't even remember getting on the bus in elementary school. Like there are big ass gaps in my memory. But the things I do remember, bro, are weird, fucked up things. Like, and I don't even mean like nightmare fuel, but I mean like, it was multiple times, bro. But they are actually a little bit insane. Just a little. How long can we go? Like I mean like I don't even mean we, but the things that have taken place in my life. First of all, I get mad because the foundation itself kind of showed that I am getting fucked over on a superb level. Like I'm not even joking. On a fucking exquisite level. Like if they cooked us, if they treated us like hunts or whatever like that, if they were actual fucking real life cravens in different like alternate universe cravens, um just split into the whole population. I'm not even gonna lie. Exquisite. Yeah, but I think everybody knows that, and I think that everybody knew that. I was never the type of person that was oh, a lot of things are connected though. And if I did try to actually make a mind map, it would be insane. Because there are causes, there are preemptives, there are effects, there are byproducts, there are, then the complexities of the decisions themselves. Like, what was the context of the environment, the situation? But no, honestly though, I'm not even gonna lie. Um, they really didn't. Like the feelings that I had back then were not of like what the fuck is going on or do 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 do. It was basically always what did I do? Yeah, bro. We're not gonna get into it, but these people really don't seem to understand that. Like you do have to understand that I did basically grow up going to church every goddamn week, constantly. That was my childhood growing up. They basically did watch me grow up. And that entire goddamn time, St. Kathy, Deacon Greg, those were basically the only people I interacted with. And Deacon Greg, basically, not really. Not at all. Only recently. Basically. But I didn't really interact with Deacon Greg. I interacted with St. Kathy more. She was the one that was coordinating everything. You know. Yeah, but like I said, I do not know. When I tell you I do not know, I do not know what the fuck to do. I've basically just been, killed off, bro. Like, I don't know how else to put it. This shit is insane. I don't know, bro, because this shit gets crazy. And I get crazy too. I get high and turn into a crackhead, basically. And that's what kind of what makes it even sadder to me. Because it's like, it's not the. Bruh, like I said, I have been hated for, like, bruh. Well, at least this heavily disliked. No, I understand. It's not, and it wasn't failed friendships. It's the fact that, like I said, bruh, like, I'm not interested in doing bad boy or not bad boy, but just like doing nothing. There ain't shit to do. Like, bruh, I don't know what the fuck they've been doing. Literally kind of. I'm tired. Anyway, it really does show you that this really is a direct type of thing. This kind of honestly is a, like, bro, I get hired at Ross and called into the office on my first day for doing nothing. Asking, like, did you walk out of your spot? Dude, you know, it's just the whole conversation was just insane. It's okay though. like I said, I'm really honestly not worried about it. Like I said, I go, I move out of position, I guess, because we're in the back rooms, right? Um, clipping that, putting the security clips on shoes and stuff like that. Sorting toys and There's a rack next to you. If there are no hangers on the rack, there are always hangers in that back room. It's a very small enclosed space with conveyor belts and racks and dedicated areas. Right. There's a rack right here, right next, in within arm's reach, and there's a rack 2 steps away from that rack, or right next to that rack, right within arm's reach of the other rack, but not within arm's reach of the rack next to you. There are no hangers on the rack next to you. You take literally 2 steps to actually go get a hanger, right? Or get hangers to put on the rack. I go back, you go back. Yeah. Call to the office. You're clocking in. The dude is you look up and the dude is standing over you like a stalker. Not a stalker, but a silent assassin, bro. Like there's no way a regular person, bro. Like really, in anybody's mind, bro. If you if you have any respect for people, or like at all, for actual people, right? Not the ideological, this is the ideal type of person that I like interacting with. No, but people, right? You would not be that close to anybody while you're literally not even, you don't have anything to say, bro. Just standing right there, closest, right, bro. It's just so much stuff because it's like you're tidying up, you're tidying up everything, every department, every area. Once you actually get on the floor, and then they call you into the office again and tell you, okay, we have to let you go. Shit is crazy. Um, then I'm working. It's peak season, of course. I'm working. It's a workload. I have my documentation showing that my rate was, at a certain level, and it was a good enough level, a good level, and especially for somebody, a new hire, very good level. Um, Especially with the volume that we were getting. Like I don't mean like, oh, everything was overfilled and every cage was overfilled and I just couldn't do anything. No, like it was. There were some, but it was overall chill. Even if I had 4 trucks, like it was overall chill. So I'm so I don't know. I think either way, um I'm going to the vending machine every day, every morning. You know, after I clock in or before I clock in, then go clock in. Go to work. Go to the truck. Go to the actual go to the trucks where the trucks are. Go up. Just go up the stairs. Do everything the right way. Blah 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 blah. Attend the team meetings every single morning. Chill. Okay, you know what to do. You asked me to go over to the other side, help out. I did that, but I don't know how they were operating because everything was just literally either piled on the floor or piled in front of the truck instead of in the truck itself. So I don't know what they had going on. I don't know their methods. I don't know their strategies, right? Because my manager's telling us to do it our supervisor or whatever, is telling us to do it a certain type of way over at our trucks on our belt, right? So it just really doesn't make any sense. You tell me to go over there, put wait for literal bags. Like I'm not doing nothing at all. I'm just chilling, right? Basically. And those were probably very light volume days, but they were still packages, right? And nobody's on my truck. They're all over all the way to the left side of me, because I'm at the very end. When I say go up the stairs, I'm right there, right? So it's like, and like I'm on the right side, you know what I mean, to my right. But it's just insane. I do that. I do my job. I literally, there are no more bags coming out, and every bag is within another bag. Everything is as it should be, right? There was only enough to fit two or one and a half, whichever one. I go back to the belt. I work. And even on the days that, the volume was high and very, very high, and I had multiple trucks, even ones that, not even multiple trucks, but just the two trucks that were assigned to me, the volume was very heavy on those type of days. I stayed overtime if I had to. It's funny because it's like, oh, that's financially motivated. Bro, I was not. It's funny. Because I wasn't thinking like that. It wasn't just like, oh my God, no. It was like, I'm trying not to get fired. Like, I'm trying to do my job and actually make sure all the cages associated to my trucks are emptied out and cleaned up. You know what I mean? It's just stupid stuff. Stupid. Either way, though, that's that. And I literally think, yeah, I literally think one of the days that I got assigned to the other side, like literally the very next shift, I come in on my side on my belt, right, on the belt that was assigned to me. I go to my what area or whatever like that. And the supervisor comes up to me and tells me, "Okay, you just got fired." The day after I got, official, not the day after, but a few days after, whatever, like 2 days after, officially becoming eligible for, being accepted into the, the UPS union and stuff like that. Bro, I'm cooked. Like, they literally have that, whatever conditions that it takes to become a actual worker, I either don't have it or they actually hate the fuck out of me. So, like I said, they have their own enclaves and communities. They have their own good qualities that they like to see. You know, they all have their ideal person or people they like interacting with, and even if they don't have any clue of like even if they're somewhat open minded, right? Or whatever. Not really, because you don't have to be. I mean, that's really not a personal characteristic that gives success, especially if they are in those types of positions. Like no, no, yeah. I'm cooked. And it's not even like I said. It's crazy because it's never been because of anything regarding behavior. Because all I have done is work and follow instruction. Um, Bruh, like it is what it is. I'm being killed off, and I have to find some way to mitigate the devastating and horrifying effects of not effects, but actions themselves, bro, in and of themselves and themselves, like the actions that involves being done with it. Like, I don't understand why the mindset is okay. We're gonna abuse this person until we don't really care. Fuck it. Yeah, we don't do that to other people. We look. We got a plan. We're sticking to it. We'll find somebody else at some point. Like, I'm gonna be killed off. Not even gonna be. I already, bruh. You have no idea. Like I'm actually cool. Um, I'm done. So, I mean, shit. My candle is honestly, like I said, still bright. I don't get sick. My immune system is very strong. I do not get sick. I never got sick like that. I got sick one time. I got sick one time. Um, that was back in the age where I had a bunk bed, and I don't even know who else was in the bunk bed, but I had a bunk bed or was on the bunk bed. You know, eating popcorn or getting popcorn made, and watching Hotel Dorado, whatever year that was. Yeah, uh, I don't get sick. My immune system is very strong. My candle is still burning bright, health wise, not mental health wise, because of what I've been saying, but health wise, physical health wise, my candle is still burning strong. Um, I refuse to accept the fate of It's not that I refuse to accept. I can't help but to accept. To accept and to do. But it's just like it is insane, bro. Like I said, the actions themselves are so fucking crazy. They are horrifying. It is horrifying. Like literally, imagine you just get fired from work. You have already calculated. Like, imagine I'm in a situation where, and this could have easily happened, right? I'm in a situation where I have zero income. I get a job. No, they are weird, bro. I'm not even gonna lie. They are weird. They're weird as fuck. I don't really have an issue. I don't really understand. I don't understand. But like I said, it is what it is. It literally is what it is. These older people, bro, they are. If it is the Hunger Games, it's the Hunger Games. Oh well. Age, class, gender, everything is a war for them. All right, that's how it is. Okay. I didn't ask to be like that or be put into this shit. So, and to be killed off by y'all because of whatever reason. I'm not saying that the reason you're doing this is because you don't want to get fired. We know you're a good worker. We know you're a hard worker. You know you're gonna do the job. We know we get it. You get job. We get it. We get it. We get it. We get it. You don't get fired because you don't get bad interactions with managers, and not even bad interactions, but you don't you don't have those scenarios happen to you basically. But yeah, either way, imagine I was in a situation where I had zero income, got a job, and then literally got fired a week later, a week into it. So you get a week's worth of paycheck, if that. Let's say 2 days. All right, let's say the second day, you're done, you're fired. What are you going to do? What would you do as a person? I know most people wouldn't see themselves in those situations, but it's like if you had no family that gave a fuck about you, right? No family that cared.
Knowles.
Sugar Grove and Green Bank, they were both incorporated or created around the same time in the 1950s. Radio astronomy was kind of like a burgeoning field of science, and the astronomers wanted to find a really naturally quiet, radio quiet place. At the same time, the US military wanted to find a place to station a lot of their antennas and communications equipment. And then it kind of grew from there into a larger communications facility for like the Navy on the entire like eastern seaboard.
People go there for off-the-grid living, and you're in the shadow of one of the biggest spy facilities on the planet.
In Star Wars Empire Strikes Back, there's this one scene where the Millennium Falcon, the one place where it can hide is like on the belly of the like the Death Star or of the destroyer itself. It's like the place where you hide is almost in the shadow of the place itself that you're trying to get away from.
But back to our journey. We kept driving and driving until finally we saw a country store and intersection with signs of life in the parking lot.
All right, we are now 45 miles from Green Bank. Haven't had cell service for about 15 miles. And we're at a tiny town called Seneca Rocks. I mean, this place is so sparsely populated. It's a gorgeous area. We're gonna go see if anyone around here, A, has Wi-Fi, and B, is down to tell us about life here. West Virginia, baby. Now, this is not exactly Zorro country. How long has your family been here?
Well, the first group in the 1730s, 1740s.
I have to be careful how I say it, but we're the longest continuously operated family-owned business in the same location, the same building in West Virginia.
How long has this been here?
1902.
1902.
And it is difficult to carve a living out of these hills.
Well, I left for almost 15 years, and then I came back home.
Yeah, I mean, there's not always that much opportunity.
And then here, do you have cell service? Do you have...
Very, very limited. So my great-great-great-grandfather, he and his brother and his father, they were ambushed by a group from on the opposing side. And
the Dixie Boys.
His brother was killed, and he walked from here to Wheeling to join the Union Army.
Walk from here to Wheeling. How far is that?
About 200 miles.
All right, we're now 30 miles out. We are in the country. The last town we passed through had no store that was open. So we're 10 miles from Green Bank. Saw this auto repair shop. Gonna see if anyone inside is down to talk, because there's nobody else in the area.
It's kind of funny. You don't get many opportunities around here to do anything as far as unless you do it yourself, you know. I'm Jim Ryder, by the way.
I'm Max. Great to meet you, Jim.
We don't have much here, but we sleep good. We don't know how blessed we are to have a place like this to live. We've been lucky to have this, you know, to be able to stay here all our life. We had some good parents that made money along the way, and
yes,
kind of helped us out and get started. And I'm retired of bus driving, and drove the bus for 41 and a half years.
For school, or what
Yeah,
kind of
for
bus?
school.
Yeah. What do they do out at Green Bank? What is Green Bank? How big is it? Like, we know so little about it.
It's a facility there where they, I guess they look at stars and galaxies and so many things away from here, you know. And right now it's a big controversy about extra life. Some of the things they do study, nobody knows. If you're into it, you probably know it, but all those local people don't. My father, he helped build the 300 and the 140.
What are those?
It's a 140-foot scope.
Do people like it around here?
Yeah, I mean, I love it around here myself. I hope I'll never have to move away. You know, it's not much goes on.
Do you get cell service? None.
No.
Do you have a cell phone?
No.
You don't have a cell phone?
No, sir.
What do you have for calling?
Landline. My wife has a phone, you know, that works off satellite. But you go to the table to eat where everybody's sitting there, but around here, you generally don't have to worry about that.
Do you wish you had a cell phone?
A couple times, especially when we're doing engine jobs or something, so I can. Here we got Wi-Fi. We look at anything we want.
Is that legal here?
You got to have a certain code they'll give you.
Yeah.
And but yeah, other than that, they'll come and pick up what you got.
But I heard in Green Bank you can't even have a microwave, right?
You can have a microwave, but if it emits bad, you know, different type signal, they'll come up and give you one better, but replace what you got.
Yeah.
If that camera or whatever he's wearing there, or watch or whatever, they'll find you.
This is what it looks like to work with tools. This is real work, baby.
You got to make it happen if you want to do it. That's the way I feel about it. When something happens, you do it yourself.
What is the opioid crisis a big deal around here?
Well, there's a lot of drugs.
A lot of drugs.
That's the downside of it. Well, it's my wife's daughter, you know, and she got in a problem. Of course, we took on her kids, and I don't know what she's on. Oh, she's on the hard stuff. And here about a year ago, I guess somebody introduced something to her where it just wiped her mind out. I mean, she can't have a conversation like you and I.
Oh my goodness.
She had things going good for her. Then one evening she come home, that was it. She was out of it.
Well, I grew up here. It's changed. Everything that was here is gone. I remember the people that used to own this, writers that used to own this store, they're all dead and gone. I'm up here, you see I got that lawnmower on, I come up and mow in the family cemetery. That's why I'm up here. So yeah, now I come up here and I'm sad when I come up here, really. The only thing we have left is the cemetery. You know, and so when I come down, there's my pappy and granny and my dad, and I've been taking care of it for 20-something years. Everything closed down. There was like 3 places that you worked here. You know, there was the tannery, the sawmill, and then you had coal mines, you know, and logging.
Yeah.
I remember when I left and went in the Marine Corps, and when I come back, it was, you know, my brothers all worked the sawmill, and I'm like, I don't want to do that the rest of my life. And then the tannery closed down, like right after that. The coal mines were hit and miss.
Yes.
So I was like, you know, it's either that or move away, you know, so I moved away.
Everyone's got big forearms here. You know they do manual labor when you see big forearms?
Yeah,
and
and hands that look like that.
people are more like off the grid here than in other places.
Some of them are. Some of them come here just for that. I never even heard of this, but I knew this lady, she'd come up and see my dad, and she couldn't be around electric. Yeah, I never even heard of it. She was the first one, and she wore some kind of a doohickey vest that helped protect her, kind of like what lead stuff.
There definitely is an anti-EMF community out there. There's people from around the country, and honestly from countries around the globe, who believe they have this electromagnetic hypersensitivity, that they can feel cell phone signals, microwave radiation, radio antennas, that they can feel it, and that it physically harms them. The one place that many of these people believe they can go to for refuge is the quietest town in America. Hundreds of people, I think it's fair to say, have moved there.
Let's check out Bear Den. Bear's Den. Thank you. Look.
knowledge about computers bare minimum, what do? Or you just get whatever as long as you think it has an okay-ish specs. Wanna know my mistake? This is my PC. Now actually I'm gonna show you the PC that I actually bought. This PC. Basically I bought a pre-build back in November 2022 expecting it to be good.
How old? How old are these people, man? Like, I keep underestimating. Like, I've been a viewer, a consumer. But even if I did try to actually create and get paid for the creation of content, wouldn't really have a chance. I'm fine with that. I'm gonna get some orange juice and I'm gonna be back. Because I'm gonna probably make some more. Invest a lot of money in it. Right? And then yeah, it's a total loss basically. Yeah, it's a lot of money.
And you know when you're a dumb 13-year-old and thought, the seller advertised i7 and that's it. Maybe it's a good i7. And so I thought. I bought it and it was the worst PC I've ever bought because the PC came with i7 2600 with no GPU in it. And spoiler, I'm still using it while making this video. So basically, absolutely nothing can run with HD Graphics 2000, not even Minecraft. After a couple months, I bought a GPU for the first time and it was the best thing I've ever bought because I can finally play GTA 5 at normal settings in a playable experience. Then I got another GPU, the RX 580. The first thing I do after I installed it, of course, crank up the GTA 5 graphics tab. Then I bought a new motherboard. Not really new. I bought an LGA 1150 motherboard for me to recycle the old CPU from my computer that broke, which is the whole point of me buying that pre-build basically. Yeah, I used to have an OEM PC. That thing just broke out of nowhere after I bought an SSD for it. I stuck with no PC for 2 months and that is painful actually. That PC sits next to a trash bin in my door, which originally I wanted to be a door stopper but didn't feel like it, so it just sits there collecting dust. Anywho, I got that motherboard because i7 2600 was bottlenecking games a lot and I kind of had enough. So I just chose a cheapest motherboard I could find. Really, I actually don't care enough about what I buy as long as it works and I'm not complaining. After that, I bought a new chassis because the chassis came from the pre-build is ugly as fuck. So I chose one that screams, yeah, it has a good specs. I have no issue with that build. Until the motherboard that I bought died out of nowhere at 2 AM, as that's the time I was greeted with when I boot up Windows on the motherboard from the old pre-build. And at that point, I have to go back to use that motherboard from the pre-build because I really have no other choice or money. And that was it. I was stuck with this shit hardware for the entire year of 2024. For the entire year, I actually never cleaned the inside of the PC because I have a hard drive with a broken power pin. that I actually broke off a year prior. So it has to sit still, just so I don't want to deal with it. And in December 27, 2024, I decided to clean it. Not deep cleaning it, but just a simple clean, by taking out the cooler out, GPU, all that jazz, Honda. I also take the CPU out, out of curiosity. And hold and behold, I found a lot of dust just kind of melt underneath the CPU. So I actually don't remember if I cleaned those dust. So since then, I stuck with 8GB RAM. And spoiler alert, I'm still using 8GB RAM as I'm making this video. And at one point, I had enough that I made this setup right here. What do you think? Isn't it cool? At least it's better than an Acer Aspire F15 with the missing plus key and mouse battery that explodes while playing GTA. Anywho, I tested the slot with the working RAM that I use currently on the slot that's dead. And unsurprisingly, it doesn't work. Yes, I bought another RAM too. Tested the exact same slot and it still won't post. Yes, I have tried reseating the CPU like a million times and still not working. So basically, I had to finally spend some cash on the new motherboard. Not new, but still going to recycle the 415 CPU that I stopped using in August 2023. Hey, at least I can choose a better motherboard this time. I chose an Asus B85MG. It was a good motherboard apparently, but hey, an Asus B85MG. It was a good motherboard apparently, but hey, at least it would be better than that generic BTC motherboard I chose back in March 2023 that died out of nowhere at 2:22 AM August 11, 2023. I did destroy that motherboard for fun by the way in September, but didn't feel like making that video public, so here's just a few seconds of me destroying it. So I bought the Asus motherboard at January 18th, 2025. I waited patiently until he decided to drive me fucking crazy when the seller basically never wanted to ship their motherboard. My god, logistics suspended? Spring Festival? Come on! After I heard this news, I just touched grass by walking 10 kilometers each day since January 22nd. Oh, it's at the sea and en route to Malaysia? Fuck yeah! Then it's January 25th. I started to worry because Shopee never updated the tracking. The journey of your package from the seller to your doorstep. It's empty since January 18th. Don't worry, it's normal. My ass! January 28th. No update regarding my package. Please be patient. It has been 11 days since I placed order with no update on the order. Please be patient. How am I supposed to be patient if there was no update whatsoever on the package? If you have shipped out the package to a logistics, Shopee would let me know. But in this case, they didn't. Therefore, you haven't shipped anything. I couldn't wait any longer because I need a motherboard for my computer. If there's still no update regarding my package, I will cancel my order. What a fucking seller. Yes, I have checked their seller profile before I placed an order on that motherboard. I did not expect they would just lie about them already shipping out. I mean, there are reviews on the fucking product page. So I canceled the order on February 2nd, waiting patiently for the refund, and got the refund on the 8th. So will I be smart and buy another motherboard? Nah, at this point I barely use my PC, and school is already starting soon. So I just bought PlayStation Plus for the first time and just play games on my PlayStation. Anyways, I'm gonna call this off for today, I don't know. I am still stuck with this junk and I have no money to buy another motherboard and school is starting soon. So considering liking or disliking, please comment your thoughts on this video. Just share your experience down below. I'd like to know if you ever had to deal or relate to my experience with a shitty PC. Just to boost the engagement of course. Just so I could reach a lot of watch hours so I could monetize this channel. And hope it could fund my next PC and my phone too, cause look how sad my phone is right now. Alright, thanks.
DLSS 4.5 dynamic multi-frame generation with up to 6x frame gen now releases today. Now, what you're looking at is footage that I recorded earlier because I got review access to this driver so that I could have a review out when it launches. And so that's what you're seeing today is my review of this technology. And I've got to say that my overall take is this does what FrameGen does even better, but FrameGen is still not a magic fix for low overall performance. And that's what I'm showing you here is that this is coming from a base frame rate of below 30 FPS, but my FPS counter says 150. Yeah, but the PC latency is still like 100 milliseconds, and you can see underneath the targeting reticle and things especially that some of the frame gen gets sort of messed up. So this is not a great experience despite having 150 FPS. So frame gen is still not a fix for a bad performance. Frame generation is a motion smoothing technology. The video of this looks very smooth because it is getting 150 frames per second to the monitor. Now, you're also watching a fixed FPS YouTube video that is 60 FPS, so I can't really show you what it looks like in person on a high refresh rate variable refresh rate display. What I can show you is the underlying experience. I just turned frame gen off, and look, I got hit by a car. That's what this experience feels like because I'm actually getting less than 30 FPS. We can see that I'm kind of bouncing around the mid to upper 20s here. And again, PC latency is still like 100 milliseconds of PC latency here, and this is with frame generation off. Now, there's even maybe some argument that using frame gen on, even from this low of a base frame rate, could be preferable for some people to having it off. However, the main point is that frame generation is not increased performance, it is increased motion fluidity, and so we need to review it according to that. And I do think that the new dynamic mode does that even better, but I do have some nitpicky things about it that I think could maybe be improved. More on that in a second. But okay, so how do you actually review dynamic multi-frame generation with up to 6x frame generation? So I think what I would say is we have to decide, okay, so what do we want frame generation to do? So frame generation...
No, stop showing me that fucking, barely 30 FPS videos. Like, turn on the setting, bro. Goddamn. Alright. And it's crazy because no, I'm being serious. Okay. I would be able to get a 1660. But like I said before, when I was getting in the PC building, the GTX 1050 Ti was basically the best one. And that was the only one I actually had my eye on in the first place. I keep repeating it. But yeah, I had an old office PC, Optiplex PC. DDR2, Intel Core 2 Duo. That shit is literally stuck in my head. But yeah, couldn't make it work. Took the fan shroud out. I did have it working for a long while. I upgraded to Windows 10. At first it was on Windows 7. I don't even think I had 8. Yeah, there was no reason, because in my mind, Windows 8 was basically like a Windows phone. I had a Windows phone too. Used one. It was basically like a Windows phone. It was basically just web wrapped shit. Web wrapped shit. I honestly really don't like the fact that basically if you don't have internet access, you're not able to use, you know, I don't like the server side of stuff. I don't like the server side of shit. Me? if I had the choice, I would basically, I don't know, I would probably use, I don't know. But either way, like I said, how'd you get a low profile? Well, try to. Didn't even have the money for that. But the GT 1030 that I did buy was around the price of the 1660 Super. Really think about that. And like I said, that's when I started looking. That's just when I started looking at dedicated GPUs, right? Dedicated graphics cards. Like honestly, if I would have tried to buy a 1050 Ti and put it in that the other PC from Best Buy, the AMD A9 with the fucking cage like chassis, like you open the case and then there's a cage that you flip out and like what are you doing? Be a regular PC. God damn it. Alright, but either way, you know, I probably would have kept the GT 1030 because I don't think I even used it in the first build. I did. That's what the first build was. All I did was take the GT 1030 from the from what I had bought for that PC, from the Best Buy PC. The Best Buy PC was an external power supply. It couldn't even run Fortnite. Like as soon as it hit like I think it was like 75 volts or 12 volts or something like that, it would just shut off. Because MSI Afterburner only measured in volts. It did not measure in watts. Not for that. I don't know what the fuck that was about, but yeah, I could only see the voltage. I sat over there. I couldn't even run Fortnite. Couldn't even run creative. When the FPS got above a certain amount and the GPU load got, you know, the scenarios that introduce Corban onto different GPUs. Basically, like, it's just like looking at the floor in Fortnite or looking at the floor in a game. So I do understand the decision behind, like, the low model textures, especially in demos like alpha builds or builds just made to provide a cinematic trailer. It's just meant to show that assets are here. Assets are created. Yay. You know, but either way, I would have, it was a GT 1030. It was a GT 1030. And, because all I did was switch the case and have a new motherboard. This is basically all I did, for the GPU at least. But that external power supply, look, and it was an external power bank, right? But I had bought, like I when I first started working or getting money or whatever was going on, forget. Had to have been working. Even though the first little bit of money I got was used buying this nigga DDG's "Take Me Serious" song on Apple. You know what I mean, bro? Like, that shit overpowered PCs. I don't give a fuck. 99 cents could have went towards another goddamn GPU. It could have went towards the tax or something. Shit. That shit was crazy. Rice gum helped with that. And I'm just giving credit where it's due, you know. That's the era of YouTube I came in. YouTube, the disc god or the disc rapper, whatever his name was. You know, that's the era of YouTube that I came in on. You know. Now the disc rapper beef between him and DDG. What was that? Da Vinci? Some shit like that, bro. Look, they don't even remember the old songs. They don't remember the no parties, or free parties or whatever that was. They don't remember the fucking goat, bitch. I don't know goat. Yeah, that one. Okay. Well, either way, like I said, it is. It was a multi faceted situation because I bought another power bank for it that could handle up to like 120 volts, and yeah, it still didn't do anything. Like the GPU, I don't even think that GPU could clock higher. I don't even think it got higher with the clocks. I think it literally just kept shutting off. But it did get more stable. I do remember that while playing Fortnite, at least it got more stable. Yeah. Like, how the fuck do you have a PC and any type of CPU that can work with an external power bank, but not have a battery? You know what I mean? Like, no, that doesn't. It does not make sense. Yeah, the trade-offs right there are not worth it. Either way, though, if I would have got that 1050 Ti, I would have been okay for a good while. Not really at all. But the Ryzen 3 1200, the 12 gigabytes of DDR4, the GT 1030, I mean, that's the only important parts of the PC anyway. But I forgot the motherboard. I forgot the first ever motherboard. The only ones I remember getting, Asus Prime or Asus Prime Gaming Plus, some shit like that. Using that for a long while.
It's more complicated than you think. This video will work twofold. It will be part power scaling, but also part what if. We want to see how strong the Viltrumites are, and if they could fend off this invasion, and what would follow after that. But also, how would they operate under Frieza's rule if they are taken over? To start, Viltrum has 50 remaining members at the start of Invincible. So the big question for this hypothetical is, what time frame are we using? We're going to use the population of the 50 strongest. Considering Frieza is a businessman and an opportunist, this would be the best time to strike. It makes it easier to take over and makes the Viltrumites easier to control. Just like the Saiyans, he wanted them all dead, but he won't mind a few in his army. This will be pre-Invincible Viltrum and a pre-Saiyan Saga Frieza force. We're also going to exclude Mark here, so I guess we could use a time where Nolan hasn't gone to Earth yet and become Omni-Man or had a kid. But Nolan will be a part of this group. First off, how strong are the Viltrumites? Well, these remaining 50 are the strongest, but some are stronger than others. We don't need to scale each of them in depth, and some of them can't even be scaled as accurately because they have less feats. Though I think the common consensus is that all the remaining Viltrumites fall in the small planetary range, just on varying ends of it. It's pretty easy to come to that conclusion because, well, we have a feat of 3 of them destroying a planet that's around Earth's size, after it had been destabilized. Mark, Nolan, and Thetis. So, it wouldn't make them fully planetary, but just below that. Of course, that's ignoring the sun disk stuff here for the sake of simplicity and because of how contentious that is. That's a whole other can of worms, so we're gonna stick with the usual scaling for this hypothetical. I previously made a video about 50 average Saiyans versus 50 average Viltrumites. I recommend checking that video out too, because it'll give more context here, but in that video I also discussed how the speeds of the Viltrumites work. They're obviously massively faster than light, however, they can't accelerate to that instantly. But their combat and reaction speeds do scale to wherever their travel speeds go to. And like I mentioned, these 50 Viltrumites are the peak of the peak, so they're even faster than those ones I mentioned. Now we have an idea about the Viltrumites, but what about Frieza's army? How strong is the Frieza force? Frieza's soldiers have a wide variance of powers, and it doesn't really have a specific number of soldiers, though it is at least in the hundreds, if not thousands by this point. Unfortunately, we're going to have to get into power levels here, which are nice for quick power comparisons within Dragon Ball, but converting them to actual power scaling kinda sucks because they're not linear and they don't capture the full picture of someone's power. That kinda was the whole intent when Toriyama made them. It even gets made fun of in the story itself. Anyways, the average Frieza soldier likely caps out at Raditz's power level. So we could say the grunts, the random nameless soldiers on Namek were around 1500. And considering how important the mission on Namek was, Frieza brought what were considered good soldiers. So for the sake of this video, let's assume that the average weaker soldier is probably around the level of 900, which is pretty much Goku's peak individual power against Raditz when he was using a Kamehameha. So we could scale it right off the tip. By the way, we're going to work on Dragon Ball manga scaling here, rather than anime stuff. Raditz Saga Goku is planetary level himself, arguably even higher than that because Dragon Ball's Earth is actually bigger than a normal planet. But I digress, let's just keep it simple and say planetary. As for speed, Goku's only about relativistic in combat speed here, and reaction speed as well. With some pretty slow travel speed too, Dragon Ball characters at this point were only about supersonic tier when actually flying, but the reaction and combat speeds are more important here. So all of this applies to the average run-of-the-mill Frieza Force soldier. But the Frieza Force obviously has a couple higher-ranking soldiers too. Of course, there are the 3 Saiyans, Raditz, Nappa, and Vegeta, who are 1500, 4000, and 18,000 respectively for their power levels, though the former two do vary sometimes. Vegeta, on the other hand, is solid at 18,000, and that is a pretty definite power level. These 3 could also turn into Great Apes and multiply their power tenfold. There are also soldiers like Apul who fight warrior Namekians, so his power's in the couple thousand since the Namekian warriors have powers of 3,000 as well. A few members like him exist, some are even of the same race, but I'd only assume a handful of warriors are in this range. Then there are people like Kui, who's also at 18,000, and it's safe to assume that a few like him exist, but probably single digits if anything. He and Vegeta were pretty exceptional. And there's also Frieza's right-hand men, Zarbon and Dodoria, the strongest of them at 23,000 and 22,000 respectively. Finally, Frieza himself, though he rarely does the dirty work. 530,000 in his first form, up to 150 million full power. A huge range. Now, everybody else I just listed is just varying levels of large planetary. Again, power levels aren't linear, so differences in power levels aren't exactly multiplicative. Though, as for Frieza himself, he's obviously way beyond that level. First form Frieza is a small star buster, while at full power, he buffs all the way up to large star level. Thankfully, unlike invincible power scaling, I feel like a lot of people easily agree on where all these characters fall in terms of their destructive capabilities. The higher echelon of Frieza Force soldiers are faster than light, but not by a significant margin like the Viltrumites. Though, once you get to Frieza himself, he does go into the massively faster than light territory. Probably still not on the level of the Viltrumites, but still, incredibly quick. Raditz and Goku on their own are at least planetary, so that sets a solid floor. This means Raditz, one of the weakest among the named Frieza Force soldiers, is stronger than the best Viltrumites. And the average schmucks that are part of the army and don't even have names are probably still stronger than the Viltrumites, at least when it comes to attack power and durability. But in case you haven't already noticed, there's a pretty huge caveat: speed. Dragon Ball doesn't get into that massively faster than light territory until later on. Well, besides Frieza, he is in that realm. Granted, the Viltrumites also do need to accelerate to get there, and they usually won't fight at these speeds on a planet because, first of all, it's easier to fly in the vacuum of space, and second of all, at least in Mark's case, you're going to be damaging stuff around you and you don't want to do that. And I doubt they'd want to fight at their fullest speed on planet Viltrum because they would be destroying their own home. But, even with this speed advantage, what is speed going to do when everyone else outclasses your strength? Sure, against the weaker Frieza Force soldiers, it could make up for the gaps. But like, even when you're getting to Raditz level, the gap between him and the average Viltrumite is going to be so large that you can't simply make it up by being really fast and speed blitzing. Unless you catch the soldiers off guard, but knowing that they're basically invading a planet full of knockoff Saiyans, they're probably going to be careful. Not to mention, while a lot of the weaker Frieza Force soldiers don't have unique abilities, the stronger ones are shooting Ki Blast, and some of them even have other techniques, so they have a lot at their disposal. They have more versatile skill sets, and this isn't even considering that Frieza could call in the Ginyu Force. I just don't think they'd be necessary here. I think just with his regular soldiers, particularly a couple strong ones like the Saiyans and maybe like Kui, Zarbon, and Dodoria, this planet would be a little bit tougher to take over than normal, but Frieza wouldn't suffer any major losses and he would win in the end. Even with the gap in speed, I don't see any way for the Viltrumites to win. But they're not going to be killed either. The whole point of Frieza taking the planet over is, first of all, to keep the planet for himself. He's not going to destroy it. I feel like the planet would be somewhat valuable, so he could flip it and sell it. Or just keep the Viltrumites on it like he did with Planet Vegeta, and keep them essentially as soldiers. But that's where we get into the next part of this video, the what if section. What would happen next? Well, that's where things get interesting. It's not just as straightforward as the Viltrumites become soldiers and that's it. There's a lot of variables to consider. Naturally, Frieza would probably want to use them as soldiers. Of course, if he wanted to kill them, he could do so. If we frame this as a deathmatch, the Frieza Force very clearly wins and kills all the Viltrumites. Frieza could do this alone with barely any effort. Just a couple Ki Blasts from Frieza and boom, he's done. The Viltrumites are similar to Saiyans and love to fight anyways. Plus, he can control them due to having stronger soldiers already, and he would be offering them work. For now, they'd probably acquiesce for their survival, and also because this isn't exactly a bad deal for them. They're going to be part of a large army, get better protection. They're going to be getting paid to fight. So it's not really a terrible predicament, but it will be a huge blow to their pride. And of course, they're not going to get complacent and be Frieza's minions forever. Long term, they'd plan to take over, or rebel somehow, and it might be possible. By the way, if you're enjoying this video so far, be sure to drop a like and hype points on the video because it really... Scouters are very helpful, for example, as well as healing pods. Viltrumites can already heal themselves, but imagine having the healing pods that the Saiyans and Frieza's soldiers could use. This would accelerate it greatly, and let them grow a lot faster after battle. They'd also become aware of ki attacks. At first, they'd probably use energy weapons like weaker Frieza soldiers, or not even rely on that, maybe just preferring their usual combat. But eventually, the best warriors would adapt and develop energy blasts, seeing how helpful they are. Since we're assuming they're in the same verse here, ki will be something that can be harnessed by them. And with how great they already are as warriors, they probably have some latent ki within there. As they fight more and more, and heal faster, they grow stronger and stronger. It doesn't seem to help them grow as rapidly as Saiyans, but it's still growth. And once they get ki, their abilities skyrocket even further. Over time, the Viltrumites will get too strong. They're smart though, and they're likely going to keep a low profile, just to not show Frieza their true power. If anything, I feel like the three Saiyans will become allies to them. They went through similar things with Frieza, and they're pretty similar species too. Vegeta might even warn the Viltrumites of what's to come. This is where things ramp up. Vegeta doesn't care for the Viltrumites, but he would respect them as warriors, and also they could make for useful allies in the meantime. They'll overthrow Frieza together. That's the plan. Perhaps Vegeta can even go to Earth and retrieve Raditz's brother, but he's a weakling, so maybe that's not necessary. The Viltrumites and the three Saiyans form a loose alliance, training, growing, and hiding their power. But just because they're working alongside each other, doesn't mean Vegeta will view them as equals. He still will want to remain above them, so he, Nappa, and Raditz will do everything they can to stay ahead. Eventually it reaches a tipping point, and there are two outcomes here. One, they attack Frieza in his first form, unaware of his other powers. Or two, they wait a really long time and grow really far, ensuring victory no matter what. In the first scenario, they could overthrow Frieza's army and form a joint Saiyan Viltrumite alliance. But there's two big issues there, besides Frieza himself. The Ginyu Force and King Cold could still attack. Now, if they're strong enough to fight First Form Frieza, the Ginyu Force wouldn't be too much of a problem. Though if their entire collective power is needed to kill Frieza, the Ginyu Force would be an issue. But if they're a lot stronger on average, then that doesn't really matter. King Cold is still a problem though too, essentially another Frieza, even if he's not the same strength as Frieza's full power. And that's another thing. Frieza would still be hiding his full power. If they somehow catch Frieza off guard and kill him in his first form, that's great, but they're still King Cold. Plus, if they don't destroy Frieza completely, he can be rebuilt. The chances for total victory in this scenario are pretty low, especially because they might not even be able to kill Frieza right away. If he transforms, which is pretty likely, then they're screwed. But let's say they bide their time for a while, growing so strong together that even if they fight Frieza at his full power, they could overcome him. Despite not knowing the extent of Frieza's power, let's say they grow until their powers are in the millions. They want to be extra sure they can win. 50 Viltrumites plus 3 Saiyans that can go grade 8 would be more than enough to kill Frieza, as long as their own power levels are in the millions. Let's say they train and grow until they're around 3 million each, making for a collective 150 million power level for the Viltrumites and a 90 million power level for the 3 Saiyans after they go grade 8, or 9 million in their base. Since the power's collective, it's not a guaranteed victory as Frieza can divide and conquer. But all of their collective power, channeled into one combined attack, could win. Though the time needed to reach a power like this would be pretty long, and I feel like at some point Frieza would get suspicious. Like, no matter how well they hide their powers, it's going to be really hard to keep this under wraps for 53 people, especially 53 people that Frieza already doesn't like too much. Not to mention, an alliance between the Viltrumites and the Saiyans would be very volatile to begin with. In the first scenario where they attack first form Frieza, victory is very unlikely unless they insta-kill him in his first form. It's a low diff for Frieza if he transforms or when King Cold gets involved. In the second, victory is a lot more attainable, unless they let Frieza go full power, which probably would happen because they would want to have the best combat possible. In that case, it's a very high diff victory for the Saiyan Viltrumite alliance. But what comes next? A civil war. The Saiyans and Viltrumites won't share power. If they do, it'll be short-lived. More variables happen here. On one hand, the 50 Viltrumites outnumber the 3 Saiyans. However, since Saiyans seem to grow much more from training and healing compared to Viltrumites, and they grow a lot faster too, these 3 would likely be ahead of the Viltrumites and not equal like I assumed before. So their powers probably wouldn't be even, especially with the Saiyans already being ahead to begin with. Considering we said these Viltrumites would be weaker than the Raditz on average to start with, let's say Vegeta does everything to maintain his power gap between them, a power gap of about 20 times, just as a rough estimate. So, while the Viltrumites are 1 million power in each, Vegeta would be more like 20 million, rather than equal. In grade 8, 200 million. One Vegeta could take on about 20 Viltrumites, and transformed, he no-diffs them. Plus, a war could trigger an awakening for Vegeta. Here's how I see it going. The Viltrumites try and divide and conquer, jumping Nappa and Raditz. They're attacked by groups of Viltrumites, and the Viltrumites prevent them from going grade 8, killing them with high difficulty. Then Vegeta's targeted. They know to not fight near a moon or let Vegeta make one. Pushed to the brink, and with Raditz and Nappa already defeated, plus Vegeta having already been on edge for so long, that could all make the perfect storm for Vegeta to go Super Saiyan, especially with all the extra training he's done. In this form, he would defeat the Viltrumites with ease. Even if the power gap is smaller, and even if they're all equal in power, Vegeta would win if he goes Super Saiyan. Super Saiyan makes him exactly 50 times stronger. So if Vegeta's base is equal to the average Viltrumite, going Super Saiyan would exactly let him match 50 Viltrumites at once. And that's their collective power, so it's going to make it even easier to kill them, since he could also divide and conquer. Though, if it ever gets to this point of a civil war, I feel like that scenario I outlined is the most likely. But if the 3 Saiyans fought together, I think the Saiyans can still take it with mid-difficulty. Though there is a chance the Viltrumites come out victorious, it's just not as high as the Saiyans becoming victorious. Either way, my view is that, at the end of everything, either everyone dies and Frieza remains in power, or the second likely option is that all the Viltrumites die, and maybe even Raditz and Nappa, but Vegeta remains in power, standing above everyone victorious as the last. Viltrumites have a better shot. Do you think they'd be more insignificant? Let me know what you think in the comments below. And I know the video involves power scaling, so please be civil when discussing. Anyways, thank you all for watching, and I'll see you on my next video.
Sounds a lot like a dad to me.
As scholar Baumeister noted, for most children, family is the key agency of socialization because it's where they're provided a sense of identity and learn to be part of something. There are many ways in which parents using disciplinary sanctions to reward socially approved behavior and punish deviance. The former is the key to Barry's entire being. All these parental figures don't just support Barry, but they are illustrations of a model life that Barry builds his entire sense of self around.
If it weren't for you, your patience, your courage,
we're gonna figure out who or what killed your mother that night, and then we're gonna get your father out of prison.
the will just to keep going.
I know what you've given up.
Iris,
You're my son. You don't think I know how you love her?
I learned all that from you. More than anyone else, before the team, before Iris.
But you never pursued her. Because you were too consumed with what happened to me and your mom to let yourself have a life.
You were the one that showed me what it takes. Just be a good person.
Anyway, what's really cool about this first season is that what balances the aw shucks energy is a shocking amount of grit and darkness, because here's the messed up thing. Why Nora was killed is even darker than you can ever expect, unless you had this twist spoiled to you, which it probably has because it's a f***ing meme. Harrison Wells is the stolen identity of Eobard Thawne, the Reverse Flash, a future nemesis who traveled back in time and chose to kill Nora to traumatize Barry so badly that he would never become the Flash.
What if you were to suffer something so horrible, so traumatic that your child self could never recover? Then you would not become the Flash, and so I stabbed your mother in the heart.
However, in doing so, Thawne cut himself off from the Speed Force, so he ironically needs to mentor and train his own nemesis to ensure he becomes the Flash again. So, we've actually this whole time been following a parallel timeline. The entire mystery is incredibly cleverly presented because the entire season never delays the reveal. He's promptly presented in a suspicious way, so characters like Joe and Cisco can read upon it. Then around 75% into the season, Wells is actually discovered and kills Cisco. As a result, when time travel undoes it, we're in a constant state of figuring out how will Barry prepare against him.
Oh my god.
And Tom Cavanagh plays him with such delicious evilness because there's no attempt to traditionally humanize him. It's just about enjoying all the theatrical hater energy. Someone that's by nature not only immune to Barry's goodness, but can actually manipulate it back to control him. However, as the first milestone Barry faces in the story, the lesson he learns for this season isn't about becoming faster or more powerful, but how to endure something so horrible without changing himself.
I want to kill you right now.
I'm giving you a chance to undo all the evil I've done.
In the face of being able to correct the past, save Nora, restore the timeline, give himself the childhood he always wanted, he knows he would have to accept undoing the progress he's made for everyone around him. So in that moment, Barry actually accepts his future self stopping him, and instead chooses to reassure Nora in her final moments, so she doesn't die alone. The Barry Allen in Season 1 is fundamentally too responsible to make a mistake like Flashpoint. Therefore, to destabilize him, you have to make him no longer be convinced of the lessons and role models that he has been referencing. The second season does this in a really cheeky way. Repeat the same twist as before. Zoom, a drug-addicted speedster from a different Earth that's looking to eliminate or subjugate all other speedsters to make himself the fastest one of them all, pretends to be Jay Garrick to mentor and train Barry for his own ends. So once again, Barry has been duped, but this time it's like a anime. Barry's like, I'm gonna train harder to beat him by myself. In fact, he goes as far as going back in time to blackmail Thawne from Season 1 to help him with the speed equations.
You kill me, it's Barry, you're Barry. He learns it all.
It's insane. I love it. In essence, Barry achieves a level of apotheosis here, where he has the wisdom to reconcile the existence of opposites in his life, because the reference point for his idealism is no longer just his parents, but from his own experiences. Henry Ellen gets to be free as Thawne gave a confession on a USB stick.
I'm gonna give you the thing that you want most. It won't matter.
When a new Harrison Wells from Earth 2, a Harry Wells, joined the team, someone who's not a villain, he's kind of rude and selfish because all he cares about is saving his daughter, Jessie.
I'll do it.
Barry inspires him to be better. He rescues Jessie despite Harry's betrayal, however beneath the hardened and more decisive exterior. Barry still hasn't found peace with letting Nora die. So the Speed Force in the form of Nora teaches Barry to accept that even after his choice, the universe will keep throwing tragedies at him, and he'll just have to accept that. There's no destination, just the pure joy of walking, and thus, Barry believes.
What you've become, it's wonderful. A miracle even. But it won't make bad things stop happening to you. Even the Flash can't outrun the tragedies the universe is gonna keep sending your way. You have to accept that. And then you can truly run free.
I know from being in the Speed Force that the universe is with us, not Zoom. And if the universe is with us, how could we possibly lose? Right, guys?
It's from this story beat we can see a form of competition, a tension that exists inside Barry, between trauma and his ability to manage it. Because if trauma is when an event is so painful and contradictory to your sense of reality, then the goal of the trauma process is the continuity of the traumatic experience with other life memories and the reintegration of personal goals. As much as Reverse Flash wanted to traumatize Barry by killing his mother, the shocking twist is that it didn't completely. There was still enough continuity in Barry's life to become a good man. Joe and Henry ensured that, because on the day Nora died, Barry immediately received the psychological tools to overcome any hopelessness that can come from the discontinuity of losing family.
If you're not strong all the time, that is why I'm here.
And in this moment, speaking with the Speed Force, Barry can finally truly believe in this stability, because the competition was over. Hope won when he picked the parallel timeline he was living in, as opposed to choosing his mother.
You could have had everything you ever wanted! I already do. We got this. I mean, what you're seeing is optimism is, for the first time, I'm just not afraid anymore.
However, the storytelling purpose of this rise is actually really cruel, because it's to make Barry fall from a height that will finally take away his faith in his ability to manage the trauma. After Barry's newfound hope drives to great victory at the end, Zoom kills Henry Allen. In re-experiencing such similar struggles from season 1 but losing so much more this time, Barry then loses his ability to look forward, even when Zoom is defeated and he has Iris finally.
I feel more broken than I've ever felt in my life.
The sense of self he had from season 1 fades away, quite literally, as he chooses to create Flashpoint. Now, you'd think out of all the things a Flash show from the CW would milk, Flashpoint would at least last half a season, if not be the entire season, especially when you have a fully realized Arrowverse to play with when it comes to a post-apocalyptic setting. However, it's just one episode and it's not even an apocalyptic scenario. Instead, Barry is faced with a trade. He gets his parents back, but the more he uses his powers, the more he'll lose his memories of season 1 and 2.
This isn't your home, Barry. It's a mirage.
And since they're the best seasons, he chooses to undo Flashpoint immediately. But then this misaligns the main timeline, where now Cisco's brother dies, Caitlin Snow develops ice powers and a second personality, which is something that her father then is retconned into giving her later on.
So, my powers came from you?
Iris's long-lost brother, Wally West, can see that he'll get powers, but before he officially gets them, he's really miserable that he doesn't. Barry tries to change the past again, but he's warned by the Rio J. Garrick, who is Earth's 3's Henry Allen, that he can't undo his mistake, since more differences will only be made. As a result, this is the official moment where Flash's hero journey truly begins.
What kind of hero you gonna be?
This is him crossing the first threshold into the unknown, because before Flashpoint he was a hero partially as an outlet for the sense of impotence he felt in having an innocent father in prison.
And you can't stop me!
When Henry was out, being the Flash was Barry's way of making the world a better place because he saw his actions worked.
Can you be all that you are becoming with me here?
But now he's atoning for a mistake that changed everyone's lives without their consent.
It went bad. It went really bad. I don't care!
How this changes Barry is spotlighted in two different relationships. First, we have a new Harrison Wells, H.R. Wells, a happy-go-lucky, quirky guy who even has an inverted dynamic with Cisco, where he's trying to light him up and stuff.
There it is.
In this case, Barry is no longer the default smile in the room. He is.
I'm decorating!
Secondly, Barry's relationship with Oliver Queen subtly shifts. Previously, they contrast each other in terms of offering philosophical alternatives when it comes to being a hero. One man's talent was carrying darkness without being consumed by it, and the other man's talent was the ability to carry light despite the darkness.
You need to let her go. for both of your sakes.
The distinction mainly came from their faith in themselves and what other people were capable of. However, now Barry knows he's capable of being worse. He's not pure anymore, and is particularly reminded of this during Invasion, the big crossover this season.
I'm sorry, man.
Barry is voted as team leader. He's really bad at it.
Doing a test run. Let's do a test run. Yeah, let's do a test run.
And people go as far as leaving when they learn of flashpoints. But Oliver stays. He recognizes this new Barry with his old self. So he speaks to Barry, not advice from a different position, but reassurance on where to go from this position.
Barry, you made a choice. You wanted to see your parents alive again. Do you honestly know anyone that if they were in your shoes wouldn't do the exact same thing? I would do the exact same thing.
Barry was once the light which Oliver admired, reflecting upon hope he couldn't offer. But now Barry needs Oliver's ability to endure the shadows in order to carry on. But what precisely is the shadow that's holding Barry? He's not like murdered hundreds of people with his bare hands or anything.
The cops there are cool with him now. He doesn't kill people anymore.
It's ironically the very thing he undid Flashpoint for. His memories. You see, memories are the ultimate counter to trauma for the reason that memories are these units of meaning that we can mentally use as a resource for our imaginations, so we can coherently remember the past and picture our future. Trauma by nature contains so much pain that you can't shelf it this way. You're just reliving it as if it just happened. And after 3 years of Barry's victories, mistakes, old traumas, and new ones, his capacity to write a positive story out of it is now a struggle. He let his mother die. His father was killed in front of him. And in trying to change things, he's changed other people's lives. How do you view yourself in this scenario? Barry struggles, and when his mind is wiped,
no, we sort of accidentally did this to him ourselves.
We see where he ought to be. A much happier person. The guy he was at the very start of the show is still there. Eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. It just now exists underneath everything. Buried. However, Barry's life is not so bleak. His friends forgive him, the incoherent guilt run its course, and Iris and Joe are there for Barry as always.
I don't know, it's really nice to see you smiling so much.
When Barry gets his memory back, this community is precisely what he holds on to. These relationships is the processing power that compensates his current lack of one. Symbolically, this is where your boy Savitar comes in, the big seasonal villain.
God feels no pain.
A duplicate Barry made in the future to fight Savitar, who needs to kill Iris to ensure Barry will create himself, so it's a closed loop. No beginning, no end. It doesn't make much sense, but whatever.
It doesn't make any sense. Which came first?
Here is a Barry who was shunned by everyone for not being real, and if Flash kills him, he will become him. So, Iris shoots Savitar instead. Problem solved, I guess. As peace is restored, Barry has the strength now to fully atone for Flashpoint, as the Speed Force needs stabilization, and he enters it. For everyone that he loves. Barry's entire life has always been defined by the search of one thing. Peace, a way to end the torture that losing his parents gave him for decades. These first 3 seasons was more or less him learning to manage their absence with the love that he was lucky to have outside of them. The following 3 seasons then developed this further through 3 life milestones that involve Barry making his own family. The first, of course, he becomes a wife guy. After missing for 6 months, the slack is taken by Cisco and Kid Flash, while Iris leads with an iron fist.
Because Barry is gone. That is the only thing any of us can be certain about.
And I think even for me in the beginning, it was like, what are we doing? Like, I had trouble, like, rooting for her because it was so one note on the page, and I fought for it. I think the writers wanted it too, and it was just figuring out how we make her a part of the story with everybody else.
Then luckily, when shit hits the fan, it turned out Cisco was already working on a way to bring Barry back out of the Speed Force without destabilizing anything.
Guys, I've been working on this.
For how long?
Barry comes out with vitals far better than ever, all the burden has been washed away, and all he sees now is Iris. Again, you think the CW would drag out the question of when will Barry come back for at least half a season? Literally, Superman and Lois was able to spend time with that during a shorter season. Furthermore, they totally cocked up Barry and Iris' wedding.
Not be married.
Where instead of being the climax of the season, it's at the 1/3 point, and to add insult to injury, it appears during the annual crossover on Supergirl, and then Legends. Why would you do that? It's such a f***ing clown move. But in being married, Barry and Iris officially becomes even more of a duo for the rest of the show, for better or worse. Subsequently, Flash Season 4 is considerably lighter than before. Where innocence was once lost, now it's a matter of balance.
Strength means nothing without faith.
While on the broader conflict level, to subvert the previous season's expectations, the overarching villain is not someone who can run faster than Barry, but actually someone who can't run at all, because it's DeVoe, a man who believes humanity's dependence on technology has made people lazy, fat and stupid. So he wants to use a network of satellites to dumb everyone down but himself, so he can rebuild civilization in his image, which is ever changing because he keeps jumping into different bodies. Therefore, we've taken the trajectory of how the power of love towards people saved Barry previously, and now he's become the representative of loving humanity as a whole. So where DeVoe champions coldness and being anti-human, Barry is all emotional and humanistic. We are witnessing two forces at play here.
I can't tell you how I feel, Iris. It's like everything that was wrong in my life, the pain of my past, my mistakes, it's all just washed away. And all I see is you and us.
Unfortunately, DeVoe's floating wheelchair is incredibly goofy, but, oh my god though, the Flash's costume this season is amazing. The answer to this conflict isn't entirely to destroy one or the other, but finding an equilibrium between them.
A balance between my head and...
There's two particular standout relationships where Barry isn't just a superhero, but is like an angel who delivers people to a place of faith. Firstly, there's Dave. When DeVoe frames Barry with his murder, he spends time in prison with a big buff dude that his father saved. The purpose of this arc is not to present Barry at his low points, but actually show how high his heart is at all times.
It's okay to believe.
Yeah? Why is it so easy for you to believe?
You know, my dad was in here for a crime he didn't commit, right? Do you know what happened? After 17 years, the man that killed my mom confessed.
Just like his father, he doesn't break at all. I mean, literally, he's in his father's cell. Subsequently, when clearing Dave's name doesn't work, Barry brings him to where he wanted to be. China. With no passport or anything.
You're getting out.
Secondly, there's Ralph Dibny, aka the Elongated Man, a PI who previously worked with Barry and Joe, but was ousted when Barry testified against him for planting evidence at a crime scene. Barry's particularly sensitive about these sort of things because of what happened to his father.
Good people don't destroy lives and call it noble.
But rather than continually judging Ralph, he actually invites him onto the team, mentoring with the lessons he learned himself. As a result,
ain't nobody work. That's what I'm saying, bro. Like, I am utterly, at this point, I am utterly consumed with what the fuck, why, what the fuck. I'm not worried about anything else, bro. Like everybody else, they got their stuff and blah, 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 blah. Okay, great. Like, it's amazing, but it's like, I'm just kind of confused on how my death enters the equation, kind of at all. You know what I mean? I just don't know how fucking me over, or torturing, or just making it clear that we don't like you, dude. I don't.
Ralph completely changes. He becomes a heroic and pure soul, one of Barry's great disciples. So when it looked like he died, Barry recognized to his father.
Good.
The Flash begins with our hero inviting us directly to believe in the impossible.
To understand what I'm about to tell you, you need to do something first.
Partially as an outlet for the sense of impotence he felt in having an innocent father in prison.
And you can't stop me!
When Henry was out, being the Flash was Barry's way of making the world a better place because he saw his actions worked.
Can you be all that you are becoming? With me here?
But now he's atoning for a mistake that changed everyone's lives without their consent.
It went bad. It went really bad.
I don't care!
How this changes Barry is spotlighted in two different relationships. First, we have a new Harrison Wells, H.R. Wells, a happy-go-lucky, quirky guy who even has an inverted dynamic with Cisco, where he's trying to line them up and stuff.
There it is.
In this case, Barry is no longer the default smile in the room. He is.
I'm decorating!
Secondly, Barry's relationship with Oliver Queen subtly shifts. Previously, they contrast each other in terms of offering philosophical alternatives when it comes to being a hero. One man's talent was carrying darkness without being consumed by it, and the other man's talent was the ability to carry light despite the darkness.
You need to let her go. For both of your sakes.
The distinction mainly came from their faith in themselves and what other people were capable of. However, now Barry knows he's capable of being worse. He's not pure anymore, and is particularly reminded of this during Invasion, the big crossover this season.
I'm sorry,
It's okay.
Barry is voted as team leader, he's really bad at it.
Doing a test run.
Let's do a test run. Yeah, let's do a test run.
And people go as far as leaving when they learn of flashpoints. But Oliver stays. He recognizes this new Barry with his old self. So he speaks to Barry, not advice from a different position, but reassurance on where to go from this position.
Barry, you made a choice. You wanted to see your parents alive again. Do you honestly know anyone that if they were in your shoes wouldn't do the exact same thing? I would do the exact same thing.
Barry was once the light which Oliver admired, reflecting upon hope he couldn't offer. But now Barry needs Oliver's ability to endure the shadows in order to carry on. But what precisely is the shadow that's holding Barry? He's not like murdered hundreds of people with his bare hands or anything.
Alright, the cops there are cool with him now. He doesn't kill people anymore.
It's ironically the very thing he undid Flashpoint for. His memories. You see, memories are the ultimate counter to trauma for the reason that memories are these units of meaning that we can mentally use as a resource for our imaginations, so we can coherently remember the past and picture our future. Trauma by nature contains so much pain that you can't shelf it this way. You're just reliving it as if it just happened, and after 3 years of Barry's victories, mistakes, old traumas, and new ones, his capacity to write a positive story out of it is now a struggle. He let his mother die. His father was killed in front of him. And in trying to change things, he's changed other people's lives. How do you view yourself in this scenario? Barry struggles, and when his mind is wiped,
No, we sort of accidentally did this to him ourselves.
we see where he ought to be. A much happier person. The guy he was at the very start of the show is still there. Eyes filled with wonder and curiosity. It just now exists underneath everything. Buried. However, Barry's life is not so bleak. His friends forgive him, the incoherent guilt run its course, and Iris and Joe are there for Barry as always.
I don't know, it's really nice to see you smiling so much.
When Barry gets his memory back, this community is precisely what he holds on to. These relationships is the processing power that compensates his current lack of one. Symbolically, this is where your boy Savitar comes in, the big seasonal villain.
God feels no pain.
A duplicate Barry made in the future to fight Savitar, who needs to kill Iris to ensure Barry will crate himself, so it's a closed loop. No beginning, no end. It doesn't make much sense, but whatever.
That doesn't make any sense. Which came first?
Here is a Barry who was shunned wedding,
Not be married.
where instead of being the climax of the season, it's at the 1/3 point.
Call it noble.
But rather than continually judging Ralph, he actually invites him onto the team, mentoring with the lessons he learned himself. As a result, Ralph completely changes. He becomes a heroic and pure soul, one of Barry's great disciples. So when it looked like he died, Barry recognizes the effect he had on him, and he feels pride.
Having the ability to help someone, but do nothing, that is a far worse death than anything the trickster has for you.
It took me so long to see what he'd become. I never had a chance to tell him just how proud I am.
Thankfully, Bro is alive and well, so it's all good.
I thought I lost you.
Anyway, there was a broad theme of fatherhood that permeated across season 4. As Harry Wells lost his intelligence, he had to recalibrate his balance with emotions, leading him to focusing on his daughter again.
I can see one thing clearly. Family matters.
Joe and Cecile get together and have a baby. So, season 5 gives us a glimpse of what Barry looks like with a daughter. Nora West Allen is from 30 years in the future, here to save Barry from his mysterious disappearance with the secret help of an imprisoned Thorn. In a stroke of total genius, Nora is played by someone older than both Grant Gustin and Candace Patton, but she acts like she's 17.
But I'm not responsible, am I?
Nora's presence essentially splits Barry's identity into two, that highlights Barry's growing distance from his earlier self. But beneath his veteran self is a bundle of still unprocessed and building trauma.
I didn't even get a chance to say goodbye.
Damn it, Iris, she lied to us for months!
And she explained why.
That she was working with Dawn?
On an intellectual level, Barry has learned to be a functional person despite his trauma, especially after such a good year, but his ability has only settled in parallel with the unprocessed torture of missing his parents, for the reason that, despite how much experience and control he can have with his life now, the night of his mother's death still happened outside of any terms he could conjure as being his own, despite being there for her.
There's probably a lot that's happened to me that's not in the Flash Museum.
Therefore, when he finds his daughter is dumb enough to work with Thorn, he erupts. All this buried impotence finally comes out.
She just wanted to meet you, Barry. The father that she never knew, and there is one person who could teach her how to do that. Is it really so hard to understand why she would go to him?
Doesn't matter if I understand it.
Barry and Iris got a glimpse of the people they'll become this season, and it created a child who only wished she got to share the future with them.
Does form factor matter? Yes. I wasn't able to take my desktop and actually take a break from staying in the house this week because of the form factor of my PC. It's a full ATX. Not micro ATX, but mid tower. You know, just ATX. A regular, mid tower case. A regular PC, regular desktop PC. I have a bag for it, of course. I have a travel case for it. Didn't matter. I would be way more worried about thermals. CPU temp right now is at 45 Celsius. GPU temp, 37 Celsius. I can't really, and this is at default settings. Like, I don't have a custom profile enabled. I don't think so. So yeah, 7 gigabytes of RAM usage, SVP, OBS, Chrome. I'm trying to upscale it to 4K, but I can't do that, apparently. I'm just kind of confused. Like, cause it's launching in a custom X. Oh, I've never just, it has different executables for different formats. Or different codecs or whatever like that. And I don't like that. Or for different instances. For each and every different instances. For each and every different instance of the, of a video being streamed or played or whatever. I don't know what's going on with that. Either way, I cannot sit here and lie. Like, this is the dream PC build, and all I want to do is sit here, smoke, not even play games, and use the hardware that you paid actual money to actually be able to utilize the technologies that you need to utilize. Right? After coming from a laptop that the CPU could not handle it, even though it was an i7, even though it was an Intel HD, it was still an Intel HD 620, I think. Not even UHD, but regular Intel Graphics HD. So, it was a step up from Intel HD 4000, but, which was the first laptops that I tried to use, aside from whatever the Intel Atom GPU was. Did it use 4000? I don't even remember. Bro, you have to really realize, back then, I literally did nothing but read. I didn't look up anything, except for regular Super Saiyan. There's a computer right there in the, like, literally, what was I doing every single fucking day? Why is there such a big ass gap? You know what I mean? What the fuck is going on, right? And what the fuck was I doing? I wasn't doing anything crazy. I know that. I know I wasn't doing anything out of character or out of or out of a desire to cause havoc or cause, you know, turmoil or doing stuff that can get me in trouble, basically. I wasn't doing anything like that, I know that. But I do want to know, what the fuck was I doing every single day? Like, I rarely had access to a laptop. The only constant access I've ever had to a laptop began in school with the access to the Chromebook. Like, I have not had access to a computer like that. This shit is so crazy, cause it's like, cause no, the time I'm talking about was around the time I'm reading Animorphs and stuff like that. Like, I've already read Harry Potter, I've already read Warriors, I've already read the Guardians of Gahul. I've already read the spin-offs, you know, or what excerpts of the spinoff, or just like the preview of the next book, or of the spinoff book that they used to have in hard copies of books, or PDFs. I don't know, in books, in print. Basically. Either way, though, it is kind of insane. Animorphs was a very good series, though. I'm not gonna lie. If I actually and I can't even use familiarity with the characters as an excuse, because I literally did read. I've read some of the fan fiction that they had. I can barely remember what the characters were like, and I don't feel like looking it up. I didn't back then either. So, it's really my main problem. I didn't read the whole fucking series. I didn't read all the books. I read like one book where they met an alien dude, actual like genuine alien. Basically the dude with the centaur looking dude, but fully anthropomorphic, something like that. Anthrophic, something like that. It's something like that. But yeah, not fully human, but still an animal. I don't know. It looked like the most terrestrial animal, like alien ever, basically. Aside from the face, I guess. But either way though, like I said, I read that one. I read another one where they're running away. Always, like they went to a mall or something, started running away. They getting chased by some people, whoever. Somebody's bleeding. Somebody's hiding and bleeding. And that might have been that. But no, in the book that I'm thinking of, they went into like the alien habitat because it had its own little area. I remember that. Was he being held captive? Or did he come to help them avoid being held captive? Like, what was going on in that book? I forget. But Animorphs, I've looked at the fanfiction story for that before. I didn't really vibe with any of them. Of course, Dragon Ball Z. We're not even gonna talk about that again. Like I said, if I opened up a certain Gmail I have on here on stream, and I showed you the amount of fan fiction that I have saved in my Google Drive, and that's not even all of it, because I deleted all the lemons, all the ones containing lemons, the one shots, the breeding ground type fanfics, I've deleted basically a lot of fanfics. Nah, I kind of knew once I saw the. Hey, bro, if you know, you know, and you're not going to know if you made it this far into the video, or whatever the case may be, because or if anybody watches this ever, because, who's really going to know what I'm talking about and simultaneously makes it this far into the video? Those are two separate things, things that already have a low likelihood of happening. So yeah, combine them, they don't make it better. But either way though, I'm gonna be bored, bro. But either way, it'll be alright. It will be okay. I'm not moving this damn PC. I was sitting over here talking about, I may move the PC and hook it up on the TV and shit like that. I'm not doing all that. First of all, it's not even worth it. The 60 hertz. If I wanted 4K 60, I would, I could. Like I said, it's a very doable thing. It's a very doable thing. Especially if I turn the graphic settings or render resolution up or whatever. It's a very doable thing. But I might. I was thinking about getting up to eat, and then playing a game or something like that. I'll finish the rest of the video, of course, but I gotta figure out what I want to eat. So.